Mugenda kunyigira bannange simanyi na lwaki nazze singa nazze eno wali ddoola woli genda wali era wegenda munda ate okomyewo mbona ngambe nti nonze mbeeyo yategokamyoyo naganye bbayi katunze nkuba
just in case we need it.
Kutwale twagala kutegeka lingi abaagala okwekuba mufune
Bajja kuwa position. Kayombe ono wakati kati Muhammad.
Perfect. Nyinza obutatandika omukyamba
kati oli ataddeko kati otaddeko bbiriza enteekero
kati nebyo
maningi mwakizalemanyi
kutegeera napite kati ekyo kyakoze bakiyita
Tuzinyuma.
kabula gwe kyanjokola oveeyo
Stand.
kale soka
nedda bannange tukwata mmwe
njagala n'omukyala
nedda ate eno waggulu akuba ekifaananyi
nze nakugambye awo woli tovaawo oli shafiki ng'agamba muvaawo onaakole
wangi bajja leero bashuliki bajja leero leero okuwulira beeru loading bashuliki leero tebajja leero mwasize bulungi wangisembe
ayinza okugamba yakedde wabula bannange
John, yenda bireko.
alabe emitiizi bannange
That day,
International Criminal Division. Crime Division.
National Crime Division Court.
Abali bajja mulamuzi atuuse. Mulamuzi atuuse. Nabawulidde.
No, sikamuko katono ndio choro basi.
No, oyagala gyongeza mazi.
Agenda gisama sineka nedda soko yongeze ndo stand.
No, sindi.
Bakanze tewenzi baloya babayita kale katumale njagala nzirimu okubeeko ebifaananyi ebirala.
n'abatukanya kooti ne tubaako byetukanyako tukkirize mbenga bibatuusa batugambye nti olw'okubeera nga ekifo mwe tuli kifunda ate nga kiteeberezebwa okuba nti n'ekirwadde ky'Ebola kitambula kiteeberezebwa kutegerekeke bulungi kimusawo naye ate era tetwagala kwegezesezaako. You do not do experiments on yourself. So ekkooti netuwabula tukole bwetu tulina abavunaanibwa oba abazze okusaba okweyimirirwa bali 23. Kitegeeza nti buli muntu singa aba aleese abamweyimirira 3 baba baweze 69. Naye ate ng'era waliwo abalala ab'enkizo abatajja kwewalika kugeza ati we twogerera mu courtroom eno abasibe tebaliimu ati ku 69 gattako 23 okugeza abasirikale ab'amakomera n'abasirikale abapoliisi tebaliimu naye mulaba bwe twenyuze ate era ne bannaffe abawaabi bakuliida buludde oluwaabi tebannaba kuyingira omwezi okutegeera bwe kigenda okufaana. Tuweebwa amagezi nti tukendeeze ku abo abazze okweyimirira ku kooti babawe akasenge oba ekisenge we banaatuula nga balindirira okubayita singa tuba tutuuse kubeetaaga. Ne tugamba nti okugeza singa tugamba nti tulina abawawaabirwa 3 abazze okubeeyimirira basigale mu kooti, kati okuva ku muvunaanwa namba 4 okutuuka ku 23 abazze okubeeyimirira bafune akasenge we balindira. Tukendeeze ku mujjuzo okuli mu kooti tusobole okubeera nga tunaatambula bulungi. Kyamukisa mubi tubadde tusabye obanga waliyo olutimbe n'abo bwe banalabira nga bagoberera naye nga tetunatuukawo awo. Dr. Zedriga y'omu ku bakirwisizza kubanga singa twakwata ekintu twandibadde twakikola naye nga bwe kiri bwe kityo tetunnaba kutuukawo. Ngenda kusaba waliwo abazze okweyimirira Wayigoyina Abdulswabur awanike emikono. Waliwo abazze okweyimirira Kiberu class abakiberu we bali mbalabe kakati abazze okweyimirira Kiberu musooke mufulume wabweru naye bagenda bawa akasenge kubanga wetubeetagira bwe tuba tutuuka ku wokusatu nga tukima Wookuna n'Owokutaano. So abazze okweyimirira Kasozi Haji nsaba nammwe nguleko katono goberere bali officers who is guiding them. Someone is there? Okay. Omukulu we yagenda kuba abalaga Kanyanja Calvin nammwe agatte kwabo Sesanga tribe abasesanga muliwa Abasewanyana Brian naye kino nno kyetukola kiyamba ffe kubanga omulamuzi agambye nga tetunnaba kukikola tagenda kutuula ajja kutuula ate nga kyekyapulesa ate omulimu gwe tugenda kugwa lunaku lulamba tulina okukyanguya okupresentinga abantu 609 ate netugenda ne mukuwoza ne munene. Abasewanyana Brian abamuwanguzi Brian wemuli nsaba mubeegatteko. Abawalakira Nicholas nsaba mwegatte ku tiimu eyo. Abase Sekabo Musa basekapo namwe nsaba mwegatte kubali ozanulawe tambula obulungi. Aba Wachikatu Joseph namwe mugendere bali. Abamubiru Ibrahim Abasentongo Donovan saba mwegatte kubali. Abannamaganda Madina saba mwegatte kwabo. Nakibuka Hanifa Begatteko. Bumbi Jackson balibuuza Peter waliwo aba balibuuza omuyeka omulala mukubire abeere kumpi. Abamukiibi Yoso Kwamira Akankwasa Ivan waliwo abakankwasa nga ndaba oli owokubiri mukubire balooya bantegeezezza nti bakimanyi enkoze yabakiwatimukusabisa. Yusuf Ramadan Chiwanuka Aba Yusuf Ramadan Chiwanuka Aba Award Brian, may please step out, join the other team. Kati okwewala okutwekwasa nsaba abamu bali wano baddewo bagende bajuze ebifo bali bafudde. Kati bali abalala abanajja abatali bafudde ate nabo bafudde. Waba wabasigaddewo nga eri temujjayo kusobola okudda ku bba so that we create space for police officers visa. Bwe wabaawo abalina masks naye ng'omukadde w'entebe namuzambala baleke kubeekwasa naye ng'ogirina bweba togirina Katonda gyali. Thank you. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. So,
Ngenze mbesile.
on two fronts.
To exercise your
But
duty.
we suit our cities to obey it. And then you want us so the manager for us, if she wants to call, that's what she wants. Because we have been writing scenes. Last time I went with my money to this bank, I did because I put my signature
We summarize it.
She's the only one I No, this one is for what? Accountability. We have another means. Don't even give us a bottle of water.
Accountability or discipline. Come to good master.
What are they accountable? Like they give us transport.
Are we going to sign somewhere after
Don't
here?
mind. Don't mind. Tulina kumanya abantu betukoze nabo. If there is anything, court zifanagana. This is ICD.
Whatever.
Chakola ki kukyagenda maaso still era waliwo abuuziza nti waliwo omukyala weba atalamika bayita Margaret
n'abadukanya kooti ne tubaako etukanyako tukkirize mbenga mbibatuusa batugambye nti olw'okubeera nga ekifo bwe tuli kifunda ate nga kiteeberezebwa okuba nti n'ekirwadde ky'Ebola kitambula kiteeberezebwa kitegerekeke bulungi musawo naye ate era tetwagala kwegezesezaako. Not to experiment on yourself. So ekkooti netuwabula tukole bwetu tulina abavunaanibwa oba abazze okusaba okweyimirirwa bali 23. Kitegeeza nti buli muntu singa aba aleese abamweyimirira 3 baba baweze 69. naye ate ng'era waliwo abalala ab'enkizo abatajja kwewalika okugeza kati we twogerera mu courtroom eno abasibe tebaliimu kati ku 69 gattako 23 okugeza abasirikale ab'amakomera n'abasirikale abapoliisi tebaliimu naye mulaba bwe twenyuze ate era ne bannaffe abawaabi bakuliida buludde oluwaabi tebannaba kuyingira muyinza okutegeera bwekigenda okufaana. Tuweebwa amagezi nti tukendeeze ku abo abazze okweyimirira kooti babawe akasenge oba ekisenge we banaatuula nga balindirira okubayita singa tuba tutuuse ekubeetaani. ne tugamba nti okugeza singa tugamba nti tulina abawawaabirwa 3 abazze okubeeyimirira basigale mu kkooti kati okuva ku muvunaanwa namba 4 okutuuka ku 23 abazze okubeeyimirira bafune akasenge we balindira. Tukendeeze ku mujjuzo oguli mu kkooti tusobole okubeera nga tunaatambula bulungi. Kyamukisa mubi tubadde tusabye obanga waliyo olutimbe n'abo banalabira nga bagoberera naye nga tetunatuukawo awo. Dr. Zedriga y'omu bakirwisizza kubanga singa twakwata ekintu ebyo twandibadde twatukola naye nga bwe kiri bwe kityo tetunnaba kutuukawo. Ngenda kusaba waliwo abazze okweyimirira Wayigoyina Abdulswabur awanike emikono. Waliwo abazze okweyimirira Kiberu class abakiberu we bali musembalabe kakati abazze okweyimirira Kiberu musooke mufulume wabweru naye bagenda bawa akasenge kubanga wetubeetagira bwe tuba tutuuka ku wokusatu nga tukima Wookuna n'Owokutaano. So abazze okweyimirira Kasozi Hajj nsaba nammwe nguleko katono goberere bali officers please guiding them. Someone is there? Okay. Omukulu we yagenda kuba abalaga Kanyanja Calvin nammwe agatte ku abo Sesanga twayo abasesanga muliwa abasewanya na Brian naye kinono kyetukola kiyamba ffe kubanga omulamuzi agambye nga tetundaba kukikola tagenda kutuula tajja kutuula ate nga kyekyapulesa ate omulimu gwe tugenda kugwala lunaku lulamba tulina okukyambuya okupresentinga abantu 69 ate netugenda ne mukuwoza mulimu munene abasewanya na Brian abamuwanguzi Brian wemuli saba mubeegatteko abawalakira Nicholas saba mwegatte ku tiimu eyo abase sekabo musa basekako namwe nsaba mwegatte kubali ozalulawo etambula obulungi aba wakikatu joza namwe mugendere bali abamubiru Ibrahim abasentongo Donovan saba mwegatte kubali abannamaganda Madina mwegatte kwabo Nakibuka Hanifa Begatteko Bumbi Jackson balibuuza Peter waliwo abalibuuza omuyeka omulala mukubire abeere kumpi abamukiibi Yoso kwanira akankwasa Ivan waliwo abakankwasa nga ndaba oli owokubiri mukubire abeese kale abaya bantegeezezza nti bakimanyi enkoze yabakiwatimukusaasa Yusuf Ramadan Chiwanuka Aba Yusuf Ramadan Chiwanuka Aba Award Brian may please step out join the other team kati okwewala okutwekwasa nsaba abamu bali wano baddewo bagende bajuze ebifo bali webafuna kati bali abalala abanajja abatali bafune ate nabo bafune waba wabasigaddewo nga eri temujyayo okusobola okudda ku bba so that we create space for police officers another piece bwe wabaawo abalina masks era ngaomukadde w'entebe namuzambale baleke kubeekwasa naye ng'ogirina bwe batogirina katonda gyali Thank you. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. So,
I wonder why. How did he get to know?
Other head.
Are we about to start? You must. Or we can proceed without. There was some.
Then was still bottom
Daniel.
Apologies. Parties for coming in at midday. I have been trying to wait for prosecution counsel. I was told that the prosecution was not here. So I was trying to give them time. But I have to balance the scales. And here, I'm informed that the Honourable Justice Bashaida, head of the division, spoke to counsel. Is that true?
That's
regarding
correct.
the management of the case?
That's correct, my lord. And we comply.
Comply.
What you may see is created room for the suspect and other court users, and that's why you see now it's not entirely outside.
I have been informed that Mr. Jatiko is on his way coming, that Mr. DPP will find us.
Sure, my lord, we received the call earlier about 10 o'clock. The prosecution is doing some other. Sure, my lord, we received the call earlier about 10 o'clock. The prosecution is doing some other, but we'll be here by 11:30. that court had been briefed. So that's the position we had.
You can start. My note before you is miscellaneous application number 13 of 2026 of the International Crimes Division, where we have the applicants Honourable Muwanga Kivumbi Mohammed, Matogo Brohan, Bukenya Afra, Waigona Abdul, Swabur, Kiveru, Teklas, Kasozi Fahad Chiza, Kayanja Kelvin, Sesanga Tribe, Sewanyana Brian, Mwanguzi Brian, Walakira Nicholas, Sekabo Musa, Wachikatu Joseph, Mubiru Rahim, Sentongo Donovan, Namaganda Madina, Natibuka Hanifa, Bumbi Jackson, Baribuza Peter, Mutibi Yusuf, Kwamira, Akamfasa Ivan, Yusuf Ramadan Chuanoka, and Owori Brian versus the Superintendent of Prisons versus Uganda.
It is true, we did not sue the Superintendent of Prison. Thank you, my lord. If you permit, my name is Medad Lubega Segona. And with your permission, Segona is SSWG, my lord. SSWG, my lord. I'm assisted by Mr. Chrysostom Katumba, and Mr. Samuel Muyizi Mulindu. Katumba, my lord. And Samuel Muyizi Mulindu. Muyizi with a double Z, my lord. For the applicants, Mulindu. My lord, for the applicants. Unfortunately, the state is not represented. In the background, my own that court has given, we are ready to proceed.
And the applicants in court?
Yes, my lord, the applicants have been presented to court. Before your lordship, from prison.
Do they all speak English?
No, my lord, some would need Uganda interpretation.
Only Uganda?
Only Uganda, my lord. Uganda interpretation is the service. Oh, my lord, I'm advised, sorry, that yes, with also Nyankore interpretation.
Congress Dennis,
My lord, the applicant present this.
Maybe I'll put it in record as first of all, I want to know if Agatha, are you a customer?
Yes, my lord.
What about the processor? Can you please take the interpreter?
I, congratulations. I swear by the Almighty God that I will and faithfully interpret and to explanation made between the court, the assessors, the jury, the witnesses, and the prisoners at the bar, according to the best of my knowledge and understanding.
As I said earlier, I note the prosecution's absence since 9 o'clock. My clerk has been in touch with the prosecutor, who promised at around 10 o'clock to be here by 11. So we shall proceed. The prosecutor will find us when he decides to come, because these are 23 bail applications, all amalgamated in one proceeding. I have seen, I don't know whether you have been filed with a reply.
Yes, my lord, we received the same about 20 minutes ago.
Yes, it was filed in a few minutes ago. This matter was fixed for hearing weeks back. That is good that there's a reply, that means the prosecution is participating. We can start.
Thank you, my lord. With your permission, maybe again, in addition to the background given, this application had been fixed for 25th of May, and it was adjourned to today at the request of the prosecution. In this application, my lord, today, the applicants proceed under Article 23, 1, 6, A and C, as well as Article 28(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. In addition, my lord, the application is presented in accordance with Section 15(1) of the TIA, on Section 37 of the Judicature Act. As well as rules 2 and 4 of the Judicature Criminal Procedure Application Rules, as stated on the face of the same matter. My lord, they seek for orders that this court please release them on bail.
Go ahead, Counsel. The system is recording.
Oh.
I'm not going to kill myself. Recording verbatim.
Gratitude, my lord, for the technology. Thank you, my lord.
We are about to become paperless.
Thank you, my lord.
Soon not be proceeding with any
I watched with you, my lord, with joy as we launched the same. My lord, the applicants seek to be released on bail, and the grounds in the application briefly as follows. that the applicants were arrested between 14th and 21st day of January 2026. They were arraigned before the Chief Magistrate in the Chief Magistrate's Court of Butambala and charged with one count of inciting violence, and that relates to the second to the 25th applicants. Incitement to violence and several counts of malicious damage to property. That the second to 25th applicants were remanded in Kampala government prison. 25th applicants. Incitement to violence and several counts of malicious damage to property. That the second to 25th applicants were remanded in Kampala government prison until the 3rd day of February 2026. That on the 21st day of January 2026, the first applicant was also arrested and subsequently arraigned before the same court on a charge of terrorism, contrary to Section 6(1) and 3(0) of the Anti-Terrorism Act. That the second to 25th applicants returned to court for mention of their case on 3rd February, and the prosecution dropped all the earlier charges of incitement to violence and malicious damage to property with which they had been charged before. And that upon dropping the earlier charges, the applicants, now all of them, the second to 25th, were joined with the first applicant and charged with terrorism. That this offense is only triable by the High Court and only bailable by this honourable court. That the applicants have on several occasions appeared before the Chief Magistrate's Court of Butambala and have not yet been committed to the High Court for trial, and that no hearing date has been fixed for their matter on account of ongoing investigations. The applicants have good antecedents and have never been convicted of any criminal charges, demonstrating respect for the law and their likelihood or assurance to comply with the bail conditions. The applicants, my lord, undertake to abide by all bail conditions that may be imposed and will not abscond from trial. The applicants, my lord, are responsible citizens with permanent places of abode, and that the applicants have substantial sureties whom they are willing to present and who are willing to be bonded by this honourable court to ensure attendance in addition to the applicants' undertaking. That this honourable court has the discretion under Article 23(6)(a) of the Constitution and Section 15 of the TIA to grant bail. And finally, my lord, that it is in the interest of justice, fairness, and the constitutional doctrine of presumption of innocence that the applicants be granted bail. My lord, in support of the application, all the applicants have individually attached and deponed affidavits in support. My lord, I will begin with your permission with the first applicant.
Yes.
The first applicant states that he is an adult aged 52 years. He is a senior citizen and a responsible citizen. He has rehearsed the same application which I have stated above. But in particular, it states that he has a fixed place of abode at Buate village in Kira municipality, Wakiso district, where he owns his own residence and runs private businesses. My lord, at the time of filing the affidavit, the application states he was the member of parliament for Butambala County and was the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. He also has his ancestral home at Bugoye in Butambala district, a constituency that he represented for 15 years, consecutive years. My Lord, he states that he has good antecedents with no criminal record of conviction and a law-abiding citizen, and upholds the rule of law and a fervent and ardent defender of the same. That he has substantial sureties who are willing to be bonded by this honourable court, who include the Honourable Joel Senyoni Besekezi, leader of the opposition, whose national ID is attached with the NIN number. They also include his elder brother, his elder sister Sarah Rutaya, and his elder brother Musa Rutaya, whose NIN numbers are also presented. My Lord, at an appropriate time, with your permission, we shall introduce them. It does undertake to honor all bail conditions that this court may be pleased to set as terms and conditions, and that he will continue to discharge his constitutional, he hoped he would continue to dispose his obligations as a member of Parliament. My Lord, he has attached a letter from his LC1 Chairperson's Office of Wate LC1 Chira Municipality, Wakiso District, dated that is 15th of April 2026. It is in the stamp marked as Annexure A1. At this point, my Lord, I think it suffices to make reference to the recently filed affidavit in reply, where the one DASP John Mary had stated that the applicant has not demonstrated that he has a fixed face overboard in his paragraph 8. In his affidavit, this is now controverted by LC1 later, which states that the Honourable Kivumbi is a resident owning a home at Palm Close, Uwate, where he started staying in 2016. Indeed, my Lord, the Honourable Muwanga Kivumbi Muhammad has a residence that is attested to by the state in Annexure B to the application, which is the charge sheet. The state itself states that he's a resident of Uwate village in Mikira.
You're talking about Annexure B, but there's nothing like the mapping on the document. But I have seen a letter that is written. Is it called Nkanji?
Yes, Nkanji went as my
Yeah. Okay, you just marked it.
Sorry, my Lord, for this. But the next document to that is the national ID, which is mine is Annexure A2, and then the next is the charge sheet.
Yes.
My Lord, the charge sheet clearly indicates by the state itself that the Honourable Kivumbi is a resident of Uwate. and it is signed by the officer preparing the charge, confirmed by the magistrate and then the DPP. So clearly, the assertion that he has no fixed place overboard collapses, even with also with the evidence of the state. My Lord, later we shall introduce the sureties. If you permit, I'll go to the next applicant. The next applicant, my Lord, the next applicant, my Lord, is Matov Tuhan. That is applicant number 2. Who, by affidavit, on the 23rd day of April 2026, states that he was appointed an agent to the first applicant in the elections concluded on 15th January 2026. And from paragraphs 2 to 10, he enumerates the chaos of how he saw military men who came and found him at the first applicant's home, killed the people in the night, made him to carry a lifeless body, beating him, then arrested and taken to the roadside opposite the Honourable Kivumbi's home, and then driven to Kivumbi police station where he was detained. Then he enumerates in similar terms to those of Kivumbi of the trial as stated in the application. And in the charge sheet, my Lord, which he also attaches, now this appears from page 27 of the volume for your Lordship. Again, his residence is attested to by the state itself. He has also attached a copy of his appointment letter by the first applicant. The charge sheet states that Matovu, my Lord, at page 33 of that volume, that Matovu Bruhan is a male adult aged 34 years, in Uganda, a businessman, a resident of Machindye Division, Kampala District. But still, characteristically, the state, through the same DASP Muwanga, states that he has no fixed place of abode, even when they know where he stays, and they wrote in their charge sheet which they presented to court.
That is in paragraph 1 of the line of that.
My Lord,
General statement.
my Lord, it is generic. It cuts throughout all the 23 affidavits in reply. You will notice that the entirety of Mr. Webuga's reply is the same for all of them. My Lord, The second applicant equally undertakes by affidavit, once released on bail, to appear as directed. And he states that one, he has good antecedents as per paragraph 18 of his affidavit, has never been convicted, and is a law-abiding citizen. With substantial sureties, my lord, enumerated in paragraph 19. And that he is law-abiding. In a bid, my lord, to controvert that, again you will find Mr. Webuga generically referring or denying that all the applicants, in his mind, are not law-abiding citizens. And his reasoning is that the criminal charges against them emanate from participating in unlawful activities. Paragraph, in this case, paragraph 12 of Mr. Webuga's affidavit. And also generically states across all the applicants that their sureties are not substantial. We will demonstrate by presenting them that they are substantial. Suffice to state, my lord, that the charge sheet, which appears at pages 33 to 36, confirm the places of abode of all the applicants. With respect, my lord, to the third applicant,
let me see.
my lord.
Yeah. And the LC1 chairperson of the place of residence.
Hello? Yeah. And addressing the substitute warrant. I noticed that we only attached for the sureties. Last one we undertake. If I permit, my lord, I will go to the third, Mr. Kenya Akram, whose affidavit appears at pages 43 to 46. He makes the same undertakings, and that Mr. Kenya has a fixed place of abode at the Urban Village Council. That is the letter, my lord, which appears at page 47. Signed by the chairperson, Amos Katumba Salongo. with his appointment letter and the charge sheet, which goes up to page 54. Actually, there's also the charge sheet, which appears at page 58. My lord, he states that he enumerates the events of that day between paragraphs 2 to 13, up to when he was driven to the police station following the deaths of the murders at the Honourable Kivumbi's residence. Paragraph 16 to 19, he enumerates up to the process of amending the charges and charging them with terrorism in paragraph 20, then the remand in Chitali. It states that he has no criminal record of conviction and is law abiding, and that he intends to present substantial sureties who include Narvega, Lamula, Namiaro Udaya, Nabale Mariam, whose name numbers are presented and whose introduction letters and appear, my lord, at page 59 to 62 to 63 and 4 of the record, with their national IDs attached. My lord, the next applicant. Yes, ma'am.
You are not saying much about what the African contention in the affidavit.
Oh.
They are variants.
My lord.
Because in case the state appears, they should find a record that they want to the client. I know that you probably served them.
Yeah, we did serve them, but my lord, I take your guidance with gratitude. My lord, look at paragraph 26. Thank you, my lord. Paragraph 26 of the affidavit is that the applicant undertakes to honor or obey conditions of this court as he may be pleased to impose them. But before that, the applicant states that he has good antecedents in paragraph 24 with no conviction, has substantial sureties, and will not abscond once granted bail. Indeed, my lord, the state had ample occasion to respond to his affidavit, again by the same Mr. Webuga. His only contention, Mr. Webuga states that in paragraph 7, again generically, that the applicant will interfere with the witnesses, and that is all. 2, that the applicant is not a law-abiding citizen, paragraph 9, and that the criminal charges emanate from participation in unlawful activities, that the sureties are not substantial, and that the applicant is a flight risk. And I will address you on the law.
The applicant has a national ID.
Not presented at the time, my lord, of drafting this application, unlike and this. My Lord, the applicant states that he's 18 years old. Definitely. Yes, he's 18 years old, and in the last 1 year, my Lord, there was no issuance of national IDs. There have not been issuance of national IDs. So I would suppose by the time of registering national IDs, about 3-4 years back, he was a minor.
Are you confirming that he has no ID?
Yes, my Lord, I want to confirm, going by age, but since he's in court, I could establish. But going by age, 18 years, look at IDs which were issued 5 years ago, actually 9 years, since that law was passed. He must have been.
Why do you want to give?
Thank you, my Lord. Well, my Lord, maybe he can speak for himself, but he informs me that he had it and it was retained at the police. Yes, ma'am. So, my Lord, with the sureties who shall present, we shall crown up this case.
Did you mention that he was introduced to the court?
Yes, my Lord, I did mention that. No, I only mentioned that his sureties were introduced to court. Namiaro Idaya at page 61, then Nakbari Mariam at page 63.
In the letter in my record, dated 10th of April. Is that the Kenya Akram?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, from Kenya Akram at page 47, my Lord. Information from Chisas's Abanjes, from Chisas's Aban Center. Next, my Lord, is Waigona Abdul Swabul. Abdul Swabul Waigona, my Lord, is the fourth. Number 4. His affidavit appears at pages 63 through to 69.
Kazangi paparazzi. Why are you overtaking? Leave the taking of the pictures to those of us use phones. You are the one who take many pictures. You are disrupting the proceedings. I can even ask you to leave us alone, which is not nice for you. So don't overcut the ember. Do something that is reasonable so that we can. It is so distracting to hear the clicking cameras. I'm trying to listen to Mr. Segona, but there's too much attention. I'm a human being. I also want to look at it. And I stop listening to Mr. Segona. So this is a court. Let's keep that atmosphere of peace in the court. Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you, my Lord. Waigona Abdul Swabul, my Lord, in his affidavit states that he's aged 19. And that is paragraph 1. And that his a resident of Mpambire Village, Konkoma Parish in PG Town Council, where he stays. He does not attach his national ID, but attaches a copy of his sister's national ID, elder sister, biological sister Nakasero, with whom he stays. Sorry, my lord. He's a student, senior 6 student at Wamala Mixed Secondary School.
He must have a school ID.
Yeah, he does not have a school ID, but attaches a copy of the letter from the head teacher, which is marked as Annex Chap B. My lord, at page 71. It's a letter dated 27th of March. (2026). Confirming that he's a student who was admitted in S5 by the year 2025, and they have been expecting him to register for his unit exam for the year 2026. That letter goes ahead to state in paragraph 2, my lord, and therefore, as a school administration, we are pleading to court in relation with the judges under this matter to be merciful and sign out the certificate. My lord, he enumerates the circumstances leading to his arrest. First, in his appointment as Honourable Kivumbi's polling agent at Chivindi's polling station, paragraph 4. And that as an agent, they handed over the documents to the supervisor. And paragraph 9 is that after my supper, I went to sleep in the garage of Honorable Muwanga Kivumbi's home, where he had prepared beddings for all of us, all his agents. Then in that night, we were woken up by chaos and wailing voices, loud screams, and sounds of what I understood to be gunshot bullets. The chaos that ensued. Paragraph 12, the garage was soaked with human blood flowing from several lifeless bodies of the agents that had been shot dead. The military men started beating me using sticks and later ordered me to carry lifeless body of one of my colleagues who had died from gunshot wounds, and so on and so forth, my lord. My lord, he states that he was arraigned on 20th, in paragraph 19, up to the 3rd February, when court informed him that the charges of inciting violence had been dropped, and then joined the rest in an amended charge sheet with treason and remanded to Chichari. In paragraph 26, my lord, that he has good antecedents with no criminal record of conviction and a law-abiding citizen who upholds the rule of law, that he presents substantial sureties, and in paragraph 27, my lord, and that he undertakes to abide by all bail conditions once released on court and will not abscond. You've heard for yourself, my lord, that he's a student who wants to go back to school. Again, Mr. Webuga responded to this affidavit. Characteristically, In paragraph 9, it states that the applicant is not a law-abiding citizen. At least he has not produced evidence from the school where this young man goes to show that he's ill-mannered. He also states that this young man is a flight risk and will abscond. And in paragraph 12, that the 19-year-old student will interfere with witnesses. My Lord, the sureties will be introduced later. With your permission, that takes me to the next applicant, and that is Kiveru A-Class Harmony at page 88 of that volume, of the application volume. That is aged 18 years and a resident of Membe, Maziba Parish, Mpigi Town Council, Mpigi District. He attaches a letter from the chairperson of Membe LC1 introducing him as a resident there, but he's also a student at Chadondo Senior Secondary School, Matuga. That is the last paragraph in that letter I wrote. And he attaches a school ID from Chadondo Secondary School, which is annexed B at page 93. My Lord, he also enumerates the events leading to his beating with sticks by men in military uniform, ordered to carry lifeless body of a colleague, and then detained for 4 days at Chibibi up to the time he was arraigned before the Chief Magistrate Court in Butambala. He states that he has good antecedents with no criminal record and is law-abiding. And once released, he undertakes to present himself. My Lord, I have the same submissions with respect to the affidavit of the Webuga John Mary, which is the generic one, where he states among others that this 18-year-old will interfere with the witnesses, that he is not a law-abiding citizen, and that he is a flight risk. My Lord, this young applicant undertakes to present himself as and when required, in addition to the substantial sureties that have been mentioned in paragraph 23 of his affidavit, who include his biological father, Mr. Mustafa Lubega Chambalango, biological mother, Mukantangala Harriet, and the Muchibi Safina, whose name numbers are mentioned, as well as documents presented. He also presents a letter at page 94 to 95 from Chadondo Secondary School, signed by his head teacher, Ismail Waligo, confirming that the applicant is a young student there, and that he's missing critical instructional time at a very crucial stage of his academic journey. That's, my lord, the last paragraph at page 94. And the head teacher also in his letter undertakes at page 95, second last paragraph, that they will ensure his attendance for abiding by the conditions set by court. My lord, the next witness, the next applicant, my lord, is Kasozi Kiza Fahad, sorry. Kasozi Kiza Fahad, whose affidavit appears at page 112 of that volume. The history, my lord, is the same as I've enumerated with other applicants. But this particular witness states in paragraph 2 that he is a student at 10 secondary school. In Annex B to his affidavit, and a resident of Katale, Busawula, in Chengera Town Council, introduced by a letter of LC1 Chairman Lule Samuel, dated 31st of March 2026, where he's also confirmed and referred to as a student with the student ID number 1454. And the national and the school ID from Chitende Secondary School at page 117. My lord, his residence is further attested to by the state's own charge sheet, appearing at pages 118 to 123, and the second charge sheet now of terrorism at page 124 to 127. The sureties, Nabukera Anisha, is also introduced by a letter, there's one from the same zone, and she has a national ID. And Fatuma Nakanwaji, introduced by both later at page 130, and the national ID at page 129. Nagadia Kate, introduced by letter at page 132, and national ID at page 130. He equally states that he has no criminal record and has substantial defense against the charge of terrorism. With that, my lord, I will proceed to the next, number 7, Kayanja Kelvin, who whose affidavit appears at page 133. My Lord, Kayanja states in paragraph 1 that he is 21 years old and a resident of Senge LC1, Naruvule Parish in Wachiso Sub-County and Wachiso District. And the same is attested to by a letter from the chairman LC1 at page 137. My Lord, I'm talking about Kayanja Kelvin. That is applicant number 7. My Lord, Kayanja is a senior 6 student at Howard Secondary School and attaches a copy of his school ID at page 138. I did say, my Lord, that introduction letter appears at page 137 from the LC1. And that he also undertakes to appear as and when directed by court. That is in paragraph 22 of his affidavit, with substantial sureties enumerated in paragraph 21, and whose documents, my Lord, appear at pages 150 for Muyanja Tony, LC1 later, and then the national ID at page 151. Luja Derek Dale, LC1 appearing, LC1 later appearing at page 152, and the national ID at 153. States that he has no criminal record and is a law-abiding citizen. My Lord, with your permission, I will proceed to number 8, Sesanga Tribe at page 154. Sesanga Tribe, my Lord, states in paragraph 1 that he's a male adult aged 39 years, a resident of Abbas Zone, Ruafu Parish in Machindi. And that is Machindi division of Kampala City. He has not submitted documents. My Lord, with your permission, I will defer this and revert later. And with your
LC1 letter?
yes, my Lord.
No letter showing that he was either agent or whatever of the
Yeah. He only says he's a self-employed taxi driver to Machindi Barracks.
Yeah.
Yes.
But at least there should be LC letters.
I agree, my Lord. I'll revert to it later. Sewanyana.
Just a moment, just hold on.
My Lord Sewanyana suffers the same fate, and I will still revert. For now, I will proceed with your permission to the next being Muwanguzi Brian. Lord Muwanguzi, whose affidavit appears at page 182. My Lord, thank you. My Lord, the next is Muwanguzi Brian. At page 183, states by affidavit that he is aged 28 years and a resident of Naruvule Parish, with a letter, my Lord, appearing at page 187 from LC 1. 2, that he is the sales manager at Pompex Energy Limited fuel station at Naruvule, and that on 13th January 2026, I retire a friend interested him in working as an agent of the Honourable Kivumbi, who was contesting for the position of Member of Parliament. And he attaches also a copy of the appointment letter. Yes, about at page 189. He has a national ID appearing at page 188. And that after all the horrendous events of that day, he states that 1, he has a fixed place of abode within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, as enumerated earlier, has substantial sureties to wit Namulwana Masula, secondly Joel, both of whose NIN numbers are mentioned in there in paragraph 23, and whose documents, my Lord, appear at pages 200 to 202, being LC1 introduction letters and national IDs for both of them. He undertakes my lord, present himself as and when required in accordance with the bail conditions that you may be pleased to set, and will not abscond. Says he has a family whose livelihood is dependent on him. He also states that he had a motor accident in 2024 and is still not nursing with dislocated shoulder as a result of the said accident, which has been exacerbated by the prison conditions, although he is not.
Report.
True, he mentions that, but my lord, he is not proceeding on medical grounds.
No.
He's not, my lord. So, my lord, he equally undertakes to appear as and when directed. The next, my lord, number
The
13.
relationship between him and his sureties is not mentioned.
Yeah, we had, my lord, intended to enumerate that during the presentation of sureties, if you permit.
It's always good to see there.
My lord, we
We waste a lot of time.
We take the
Their
guidance.
application. Talking things.
My lord, we undertake.
As we go to paper,
Yes, my
we
lord,
shall be coming here for a few minutes.
I agree.
I think in the near future.
It's our undertaking, my lord.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My lord, the next is Walakira Nicholas at page 204. And this is Walakira Joseph at applicant number 13, who states that he's aged 35 years and a resident of Naruvle Parish. Oh, sorry, my lord. Oh, yes, he's 11, my lord. So it's number 11. Walakira Nicholas, my lord, is a resident of Naruvle LC1, Wachiso Sub-County in Wachiso District. His appointment letter as an agent is at page 209. His national ID appears at page 220. And his LC1 later at 221. His sureties, my lord, that he refers to in paragraph 22, namely the biological father, Walakira Robert, and the biological mother, Nancy Deborah, have their documents.
The one biology. Is there a father who wants biology?
Yes, my lord.
What kind of father?
An adopting father.
Is he a father?
They call him a father.
Maybe we are thinking about DNA problem. But the father is a father.
My lord, even a stepfather.
The mother is a mother.
That's true, my
At
lord.
least step. Biological is so many examples. There are people with my biological brother. Because the cousin is also called cousin brother.
Sometimes cousins are called brothers.
They are called brothers in the African tradition.
True.
That is why people say cousin brother or cousin sister. It's funny.
It is, my lord. My lord, he presents his parents. Nancy Deborah's national ID appears at page 222 and her letter of introduction at page 223. That is the mother to the applicant. My lord, he undertakes to appear as and when directed. He is also stating to be a law-abiding citizen without any previous criminal record in the substantial defense against the charge. He states that the date for his trial is not set and therefore not known. And also prays therefore to be released on bail. My Lord, number 12 is Sekabo Musa at page 222. Who states that he's a male adult aged 32 years and a resident of Wakaliga, Rubaga Parish in Rubaga Division. He has a national ID appearing at page 222 and an LC1 introduction letter at page 229.
Who are you speaking about?
Sekabo Musa. My Lord, he states that he has good antecedents with no criminal record and a law-abiding citizen. He attaches a copy of his agent's appointment letter at page 230. Your permission already, if I could take some water.
Is this an LC2? Court. This is not an LC1.
I'm grateful.
That is your human right. Why would I make an order for that?
My Lord, we have been trained that for enjoyment of rights.
Yes.
Here in Uganda, you must always seek permission.
Absolutely, you must pamper the big person. It shouldn't be like that. Someone told me that there used to be some courts in the village where if you don't come in shoes and you wear slippers, you must remove them at the door. I also had. I
missed those, my Lord. My Lord, the appointment letter is at page 230. And he attaches the documents of his sureties referred to in paragraph 18. Again, we have the same biological father, my Lord.
This person is also from Wakaliga zone.
It states, my Lord, that yes, he's from Wakaliga. My Lord, for the sureties referred to in paragraph 10, it states that, not 10, my Lord, sorry, paragraph 18, it refers to them as biological father Chironde Yahaya and the biological mother Nabakoza Ami, whose documents appear at pages 241, which Chironde Yahaya's national ID, 242 for the LC1 introduction letter, and for the mother at page 243 to 244 for the national ID and introduction letter of LC respectively. My Lord, that is Nabakoza. Also presents Mastura Nabichu, whose national ID appears at 245 and LC later at 246. So he states that he undertakes to abide by bail conditions set by court, no criminal record, and that the hearing date for his case is not set and known. My Lord, the next applicant is Wachikatu Joseph, number 13, whose affidavit appears at page 247. He states to be 24 years old, a resident of Chikandwa LC1 in Lumbuja Parish. Paragraph 1, my Lord, with the LC1 later appearing at page 251. That is a student at Makerere University pursuing a bachelor's degree in adult and community education. And a copy of his ID is attached at page 252. His appointment letter as agent appears at page 253. My Lord, he states that he has substantial sureties in paragraph 21. And the sureties include Mpaji Charles, and Muhammad Kivumbi. Mpaji's national ID appears at page 264, and LC1 introduction letter at page 265. While Kivumbi's national ID appears at page 266 and LC1 later at page 267. He also presents Mr. Chiwanka Gerard, whose national ID copy appears at page 268 and letter of introduction at 269. It is not biological father, it is not stated to be.
I think he has presented biological.
Oh, sorry, I heard.
Mr. Mpaji Charles.
Mpaji Charles is the biological father. Yes. No biological mother.
And another person called Muhammad.
Muhammad Kivumbi.
Yes.
Yes, my Lord. And 3 sureties and Chiwanka Gerard. My Lord, the next person is Mubiru Rahim, as number 14, who states that age 20, is age 20 and a resident of Chibuye 1, Kavule Parish, in Chibuye 2 Ward, Kavule Village, Chibuye 2 Ward, Machindi Division, with an LC1 introduction letter at page 274, and his ID for student ID number. For his student ID is also presented for Bunjako Island Vocational High School at page 275. My Lord, the same person indicates that he has good antecedents and no criminal record in page 17, and it presents 2 substantial sureties, including his biological mother, Nabisubi Zaitun, and Mirembe Prosi. Mirembe Prosi, with introduction.
Relationship that they have with that person, not me.
Mirembe Prosi. He states to be his auntie, paternal auntie, my Lord. He states that is his paternal auntie. Nabisubi Zaituni's LC letter appears at 286. With the national ID at 287. While Mirembe's ID appears at 288 and LC later at 289. My Lord, he also in paragraph 19 undertakes to present himself as and when directed and required. My Lord, number 15 is Donovan Sentongo, age 21. From the same zone, dated 28th March 2026. Appointment letters dated at page 295. He states that he...
Who is the LC1 chapter?
Serunjoji HN, my Lord. The name is written in this time. My Lord, he, in paragraph
This particular letter is addressed to the Chief Magistrate Court.
Unfortunately, my Lord, I may invite you to take.
And I am not seeking the
Neither are you a Chief Magistrate, my Lord.
Well, at least that one. You can forgive the common person. They don't know the facts. But they have at least looked at the High Court. Anyway, we'll proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, in paragraph 18, he presents his sureties as his biological mother, Mukasi Annette, and Miss Nancha Lydia, who is the paternal auntie, together with Chizito Jimmy as his sureties.
No ID?
My Lord, they have IDs.
No, I'm talking about the applicant.
No ID, my Lord. He does not have.
That is not nice. Why does he have the national ID?
Says he applied but has not, they have not issued it. They had not issued it by the time.
But they give numbers, don't they? Yeah, people have numbers.
If you, sorry, they do.
Because I remember students who applied got NIN numbers.
They could not access it, the number, but he has it at home. Not the circumstances of the arrest would not be good for that, for tracing numbers. With your permission, my Lord, for the sureties, Mukasi My Lord, Mukasi's national ID appears at page 306. And her letter of introduction at page 309. Then Miss Nancha Lydia's national ID at page 307. And her LC letter from Wafu Kizungu Zone at page 310. While Chizito Jimmy's LC1 letter appears at page 311. His elder brother. With your permission, my lord, the next is Namaganda Madina. Namaganda Madina's affidavit appears at page 312. My lord, she states that she's a male adult, a female adult, aged 21, and a resident of Chitambuza zone in Kanyanya, where she stays with, she states, biological mother, Nabanja Afua. My lord, she attaches only the national ID of her biological mother and letter of introduction from the vice chairperson of the LC1. This, my lord.
Why no ID?
For her case, she only presents her school ID of Samson Memorial High School.
She doesn't have a national ID.
Or they received the research. And she had it here. Oh, unfortunately, the mother, my lord, subsequent to the guidance by the head, the mother is waiting for another room. At some point. My lord, Namaganda is a student in senior 6. As per the school ID at page 331. In the mother's documentation, Nabanja Afua's LC1 letter of introduction appears at 328. While the national ID for the mother appears at 318. 316, my lord. Sorry, it is 316 for the national ID and 317 for the letter of introduction, my lord. My lord, whereas the applicant had intimated the intention in paragraph 18 to present Lutaya Shakila as the second surety, later Shakila traveled and is not able to be present. We would seek your permission to substitute Shakila. Those documents appear at pages 229 to 330, with a new surety by the names of Nasiwa Mary was introduced by an LC1 letter from Katoke A. LC1.
I don't have those particulars.
True, my lord, I'm seeking your permission so we could substitute and submit the documents, which I have with me. My lord, the letter of introduction is here. This time, this one was smarter because it's closer to Kampala and wrote to the High Court of Uganda at ICD1.
Yes, and I've noticed that some of the letters are probably what were planned to be used in the magistrate's court.
No, that was not the plan, but my
Because
lord,
the dates are so far away.
no, my lord, the process of
Probably January.
gathering documents started way back, and those ordinary people.
The more recent letters are directed to this court. The register of the High Court.
My lord,
Some
we
of these letters which are addressed to the Chief Magistrate.
undertake, my lord, to do better by advising them on the proper procedures. My lord, Naswa Mary is equally introduced by her national ID. With your permission to present her. And my lord, we shall present the origin of the national ID, but the letter is presented in the original. As we bring the sureties. My lord, the applicant. Thank you, my lord. My lord, the applicant undertakes on her own to appear as directed, but in paragraph 19(6) that you be pleased to allow her to be released on bail so as to continue with her education, being in her senior 6 vacation. And seeking to join only if she's released on bail. She has no previous record of crime. And undertakes to present herself for trial and not abscond. My lord, the next applicant, number 17, is Nachibuka Hanifa. Who is a female adult aged 24 and a resident of Chitambuza in Kanyanya Parish. Attaches a copy of her national ID at page 336 and an LC1 introduction letter at page 337. She states that one, she is employed as a bursar, a school bursar at Highlands High School, where she sat for her UCE in 2018, and attaches a copy of the letter from the school head teacher as our next chair. page 348. She also states, my lord, that she is a single mother of a 3-year-old child, female child, to wit Mwanguzi Amina, that is in paragraph 18, whose welfare is entirely dependent on her. She presents two.
Where's the child?
Sorry.
Where's the child?
Not currently with the applicant's mother. My lord, she presents two substantial sureties to which Namagera Nur Centum, and Kizito Tuaha, whose documents appear at page 249 is Namagera 249 Namagera's national ID, and letter of introduction from its terms at page 350, while Kizito Tua has national ID and the letter of introduction appear at 251 and 252 respectively. My lord, she states that she has no criminal record and has good antecedents and respects the process and undertakes to abide by bail conditions as may be said. Fiona Nachibuka, Hanifa Nachibuka's national ID, my lord, appears at 333, together with the LC letter at 337.
What is the school? The letter by the school?
The letter by the school, my lord, appears at, yes, my lord. Thank you. The next applicant, my lord, is Bumbi Jackson, who is applicant number 18, whose affidavit appears at page 353. This particular applicant, my lord, is aged 30, a resident of Ndeje, and a special hire driver at Musafi Market in downtown Kampala.
While he has not presented personal letter of introduction, he has presented 2 sureties. He has presented 2 sureties under paragraph 20, who include his biological sister, Chakwaile Maureen and Weguro Davis, whose documents appear at pages 368 for Chakwaile Maureen's introduction letter and page 267 for her national ID, while Mr. Davis Weguro's national ID appears at page 269 and 270 for his LC introduction letter.
This person has no ID.
It was not this. He says it was retained at the police.
My Lord, he makes a personal undertaking. He states in paragraph 19 that he is a law-abiding citizen with no criminal record, and makes a personal undertaking in paragraph 22 to appear and face his trial in addition to his sureties ensuring his attendance.
What is his relationship with the Guru Davis? My brother. Why doesn't he have an introduction from this local council chairperson?
Well, unfortunately, my Lord, the people who would ordinarily answer to that are people who are down because he has been incarcerated since. I think we shall interrogate that.
My Lord, the next is Valibuza Peter,
Who is number 19?
Peter Valibuza, my Lord, states that he is his age 41. Peter at page 371 to 72, my Lord. That's where I'm drawing it from. That is age 41. And my Lord, that is a tax conductor at Chivivi grounds, Kabasanda stage, in Chivivi Town Council, Butambala district. The steps that
this person has not even presented you.
Yes, I am receiving some else documents referring to him from Taka in Butambala. For the service, for the sureties, my lord. For the sureties, but originally you are not presented sureties to us.
There is no everyone no sureties. And because the letters were not there for purpose of execution, but there is no surety.
That's true, my lord. I have only received some letters in relation to sureties this morning.
Have you jumped that over and to give to the previous one?
I will do that, man. And with your guidance, proceed to Mochibi Yusufu Kwamira at page 385. This is number 20. Yes, Parrot Michibi states in paragraph 1 that is aged 49 years and a resident of Mitwetwe Parish, Chivivi Sub-County in Butambala. Yes, I have just received my lord his introduction letter from LC, signed by Mr. Katuna B.M. Abdallah.
There is a letter here that was attached. Is that another one?
I have my documents.
This is Muchibi.
Yes.
Listen. There is an attached national ID and letters of introduction. Page 389.
Oh, 389, my lord. Yes, yes, I have this.
Although I'm not seeing the national data.
Yeah, sorry, my lord, my documents got mixed up. I only have the letter from the Chief. My lord, he informs me that the sureties have his national ID. And they're down, and I will have his letter of introduction from the Mitwetwe Parish, as you guided by your mother. And we undertake to present his national ID. My lord, he says he's that is a taxi driver who was only coming back from work.
and got arrested at Chibibi, where he was detained for 4 days. Paragraph 9, that he was beaten by men with sticks, asking why he was walking at night, yet the public had been warned not to move at night after voting. My Lord, he states that he has no previous record of any criminal doing and has a strong defense in the charge of terrorism. That is page 20. And has a fixed place of abode and will not abscond. In paragraph 22, that is a single father of 12 children whose livelihood is dependent on him as the breadwinner. I wrote that paragraph 22. And that he has substantial sureties, namely Tegusweke Aksam Kwamira, who he states to be his biological brother, Mr. Mutiaba Ibrahim, also his brother. And that they are willing to stand surety. My Lord, Mr. Tegusweke's national ID appears at page 400. While his letter of introduction appears at page 401. While Mutiaba's national ID appears at page 402, and letter of introduction at page 403. My Lord, Mr. Muchibi undertakes to appear and not to abscond under paragraph 25. And with that, my Lord, I move to Akankwasa Ivan. As number 21. My Lord, Akankwasa states that he's aged 18 and a resident of Simba, Chibibi Parish, in Gombe Sub-County, Butambala. This one was not an agent, but somebody who was only walking back home and went to check on his friend at Chibibi. And the friend is Muhumuza Jackson, from where he was arrested by men in military uniform, asking what he was doing at a fuel station. He was arrested, and the rest of the story of how he ended up in court, my Lord, appears at paragraph 4 to paragraph 10. My Lord, he says, is a law-abiding citizen who respects the rule of law with good antecedents.
and has never been convicted. Presents two substantial sureties. My Lord, whereas, my Lord, at the time of drafting, you had presented Mr. Sejemba Muhammad. He now seeks your permission to substitute Sejemba, who got an accident and is not able to come to court, with Maureen Nabaka, who is her friend and is a resident of Gombe LC1. Sorry, my Lord, Maureen is already there.
Maureen never comes here.
Sorry, my Lord, Maureen is already there.
Maureen never comes here.
Yes, at page 418 is her nationality, and 419. So we are substituting Sejemba with Sewan Kambo Saddam Hussein, who's later, my Lord, of LC and national ID, to seek your permission. Present. Mr. Sewankambo is introduced by letter of LC1 from Jibibi Local Council, Bamalan's cell. As Kadunabi Abdallah Mugambe, my Lord, the name is Sem Mambo, not Sewankambo. I don't know. And that is the name in his ID and the letter of introduction. My Lord, he undertakes to honor the terms of his bail if granted.
What is the relationship between the applicant?
My Lord, he says,
Maureen Navaka as well as Sema.
He says they are his friends, my Lord. Next surety, my Lord, is Yusuf Ramadan Chiwanuka, is number 22. Sorry, next applicant. Sorry, my Lord. My Lord, Ramadan Chiwanuka's affidavit appears at page 422 of that volume. And he states that he's age 21. He's a resident of Masajja SL, Namasuba Ward, and that is Masajja. That is Namasuba Ward, Masajja Municipal Division. He has a letter of introduction appearing at page 426. From the same village. And
why does he call him a teenager?
sorry, my lord.
Does he want to say that he's a teenager?
Yes, my lord. I think he draws it from the age of 21. That is his interpretation.
Let's see this letter.
Yes.
He's not introducing. He's introducing his parents as a resident of that. He has not mentioned anything about
My lord, he says.
the applicant being a resident of that.
Yeah, my lord, he says, I take this opportunity to introduce you this above named son,
Yes.
Mr. Elias Yusuf Birungi and Miss Nabirumbi Sauda, our permanent residents in Zindi, one of our 12 zones along the Sauda border. To my lord, the strict interpretation is yes.
This is just easily done. There's nothing strict there. My common sense is telling me he has not introduced the applicant. But he seems to have very high regard to the parents.
True, my lord. And
Although he recommends him, but he does not say where he resides.
yeah, it is true, my lord. He only knows it through the parents.
That is one of them.
That's true, my lord. And the applicant.
But must say there is me.
Yes, my lord. My lord, the applicant was arrested at the first applicant's home. And he states that he's a law-abiding citizen who respects the rule of law with good antecedents and no criminal record, with a substantial defense with a claim. In paragraph 16, he presents Mr. Birungi.
Applicant does not have a national ID.
Yeah, you all applied and has not received one. Introduced his substantial sureties as Birungi Zamzam and Musibu Ziswahili. And my lord.
So I think
Wait, Zamzam is his sister. And Mr. Birungi's quote-unquote cousin brother.
I thought it's Musimbi.
I have
You have
Musimbu is my lord. I have Musimbu's wife. It says Musimbu is his wife. Birungi is Zamzam. Yes, Birungi is the lady. His wife. It says his cousin's brother. In the ordinary Uganda sense, it was your brother, my lord.
who are related to the entire clan.
That's their relationship.
Of course, that is the African way. But the clans are not together. The clan members don't live in one place,
No, they don't.
like where I come from. So it is really easy to be related. So the big clans that are here in Uganda, one some people are living in Fiji, other people live in India, but they belong to the same. So establishing the lineage is a very long story.
It's not a difficult one, my lord.
I see it from the introduction. You have to say the other ones died living in died in you know,
That's true.
but if I started to establish from where I come from, that lineage, it will be easy because we are neighbors.
I don't know, my lord.
More or less, and always. It will be funny to have a single person of the certain clan living here alone. You would also be having big brothers. But anyway, I've learned this living in Uganda, but it still amazes me.
Well, my lord, it's the way of life. Thank you, my lord.
The city came to you and disorganized.
It actually did, but disorganized is just one aspect of life.
That one.
The rest we are happy.
The good thing you have the rules that hold you. You can't marry from and that is good. But if it was my plans scattered like that, the marriages would have happened.
Here the names will tell and will make it difficult for people to marry without knowing. Because by name you are able to tell us your life. And incidentally they have the same root, the same great-great-grandfather whose children the time of different something, and we are able to identify things. My lord,
I
that's
give you 20 years as you continue to identify each other.
my lord, we receive them with grace.
Okay.
That said, my lord, Musinguzi is a cousin brother, and Musinguzi now is not in Uganda. He is, because it could be through the mothers,
To the other side.
could be through mother, auntie.
But there's a lot of information.
Yes, my lord, the applicant undertakes to present himself for trial in addition to the undertaking of his sureties. My lord, the last one is Owori Brian. Owori Brian says that he's 32 years. My lord, Owori Brian is aged 32 years. This affidavit appears at page 441. And is a resident of Chikajo LC1 in Weyogere Division. He is introduced by a letter of LC1 chairman dated 12th April 2026 at page 445. And his letter of appointment as agent appears at page 446. My lord, the applicant states among others that he was appointed as an agent and exercised those duties He went to sleep over at the first applicant's home. And the rest of the events have been enumerated by other applicants have been reproduced in his affidavit up to paragraph 11. And then the arraignment and subsequent appearances in court as stated up to paragraph 17. In 19 he says
the relationship that he has with the surety.
Oh my Lord, the sureties that are mentioned in paragraph 21 substantial sureties Ndakile Justin, Nancha Justin is the sister that she follows. He follows. So that is his elder sister. And and so is Kaira Geoffrey being his brother, big brother.
Is yours.
Oh, not brother. Brother-in-law. Okay.
Kaira is brother-in-law.
His brother-in-law.
What about Nancy? Why is she in Uganda? And you are either from Nakasero or Kenya.
The same mother.
The same mother, different fathers. Possible.
Nagina Mariam is the mother-in-law.
Yes, that's one of the
Nagina Mariam is the mother-in-law. Kaira Geoffrey is his brother-in-law.
Forgive me for expecting the sureties to be called the terror or yeah, no,
My Lord, he's only true Ugandan.
He is.
Thank you. My Lord, these documents appear in the case of Nancha Justin at page 457 for the national ID.
He doesn't seem to have the national ID.
That it got lost and he was in the process of asking for replacement at the time of his arrest. And the application filed, copy of which the sureties have been down with them. My Lord, Kaira Geoffrey's national ID appears at page 459. While the letter for Kaira appears at page 460. My Lord, this one is addressed to the registry of the High Court in Uganda. It has so many words, that's why I was taking one of my name. But says thank you for the good job you are doing.
Yes, that is just a formal statement.
Yes. But Kaira is down there.
A formal plea.
Yes. So I would like to peacefully request you to help Mr. Kaira Godfrey on the issue he has applied to your office. Because he's a true resident of Rubani LC1. My Lord,
Ndagire Mariam's documents, the national ID appears at page 461, while the LC1 later appears at page 463.
We wanted to come back to the other argument.
Yes, madam.
It's a good point to break up.
Yeah, my lord. Applicant number 8.
I am going to have a health break.
What's the matter?
It is wrong to be sitting like this for a long time. You are lucky that you are standing.
I was actually feeling my lord the issue of standing.
We are also feeling uncomfortable. But it's healthier to stand than to sit.
That's true, my lord. My lord, yes, we shall come
We
back
shall come back.
as you make me feel.
But I think I'll get to give myself the whole 1 hour.
Most of my
Great. Something in our time of water or what. We come here at this is now 2:26, so we shall be here at 3:20. Not exactly 1 hour.
Honourable Secretary General wali twaba honourable Zahara Mwalalu wali naye omungi atwaba akaseera kano honourable Wilson wali omulungi atwaba naye yasomye dda okubanga ate naye atuuka n'omusango guno mbeera leeta ekyali okubanga ate kimututwaliriza honourable Muhammad Kampala wali
we are going to back after an hour. So muzikirize nsokemba mumuzeemu ngenda.
Webale kulaba KKTV Uganda. Get informed and updated on issues around you and the globe as well. KKTV. Thank you for subscribing to KKTV. Webale kulaba KKTV Uganda. The inspiration and the best broadcasting around town. KKTV. The global experience, the might, the power, and all you need with KKTV. We are your broadcasting experience. Thank you for subscribing to KKTV.
I'm 7 eranga we yakyogedde ayogera n'abantu abalala neffe tetulina kye twogera naye kuba aliwo mu bumenyi bw'amateeka. Ekyokubiri tetwetaaga kwogera naye kuba obuyinza si bubwe, obuyinza bwa bannayuganda. So tetwetaaga kwogera na M7 ye okwogera n'abantu tayogera ku ngeri ggwanga gye likyuka naye abeera ayagala kwogera naawe kubuuza oyagala ssente meka. Ffe tetugulirirwa.
Bakikola okulabisa okulaga nti tonna kyoli.
You are watching KKTV.
Chikulaga nti eno government ya Museveni eriwo mu bumenyi bw'amateeka tegondera amateeka tegoberera amateeka yo ekola byeyagala. Omuntu omu yasalawo bwasalawo nti kati beera mulamu ng'obeera mulamu, bwasalawo nti kati beera mufu ng'obeera mufu.
Mr. Update Kanumbe oba bankuba bankube oba banzita banzite oba kyekigwawo kigwewo.
You are watching KKTV.